Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. Tweak my volumes here a little bit. I may sound different. In fact, probably sound a little bit, well, a lot different. So, awesome. Well, kind of. We'll find out. Over the weekend, I had gotten a new hard drive, new SSD, that I used to. I'll have to. I know why. Hold on. Nope. Maybe. Is it hearing me twice? No, it shouldn't be. Oh, Christ on the stick. Hold on a second. Oh. That's why. Ah. Okay. I think that's better. What's happening? I wonder. Give me a second here. No. Oh, this is going to be a fun day. I already know it. Should be. Well, and this is completely reinstalled, fresh operating system. I didn't change anything. Let's see. No longer double cruise? Okay. Well, that's good. I think what was happening is that my webcam may have also been picking me up at the same time. Also, it may have been that what is it? Shoot. Twitch. I hadn't muted Twitch yet. Give me a second, I gotta adjust something here. Not that. There's threshold. No, not that. What is it? That's fine. Okay, I'll probably mess with that later. Anyway, we should be back. We should be up and running. Today might be a little bit rough as we get everything smoothed back out. I had to basically rebuild all of my scenes and whatnot in OBS. That took a little bit. I go, God damn it. I can't hear it, so I don't know what the problem is. I don't know. I can't hear the echo. So I don't know what's causing the echo. I don't know how to fix the echo. So I don't know. Is it just turn off voice chat there. Although it shouldn't be that, I'd be hearing it. I hope that wasn't it. I really hope it wasn't that. No, it's not. Make sure. Oh. Is it that? Okay. I think that's what it was. Okay. I think I know what it is. It should sound better now. And we shouldn't have any more echo. Hopefully. Although now I'm peaking like mad, but one step at a time. I think what was happening in what it looks like is that I have two microphones on at the moment, or two microphones set up. I have my regular Razer one, and actually I've got it doubled because I have a scene where it's got a bunch of filters on it as well. And I think that's what was happening. I will eventually get this all figured out. However, that should now be fixed, and we should be back up and running ish. Now I just have to figure out. Okay. And that's going to be probably a little bit rough at first. Yeah, there we go. All right. I have. Wait a minute. What? It really is. I have. No, I did not take apart a Ferris wheel for my spacecraft. Okay, that's a bit weird. Let's exit. Let's fix this so that that way I have icons again. Yes. Okay. Now what are you doing, game? You were work. In fact, funny thing. So I was fortunate that I had moved all of Space Engineer stuff off to a different hard drive than my main hard drive. And so when I installed the new one, I know, I don't know. It's a gift. Yeah, like just straight up. Um, so when I installed the new hard drive, I didn't have all of the save files and blueprints. God damn you, Matt. Yeah, like, yeah, holy crap. Like it just, wow. Space engineers really did just straight up die. Okay, there we go. I think what happened was I had started it. Give me. Oh, you still see Space Engineers is running? Okay, there it goes. So I had started to load one map and realized I didn't want that. So I hit cancel. And I think by doing that, it broke Space Engineers. I hope that's the case. Because then that means it should work just fine now. Please don't be corrupted. Okay, we're good. Okay. I think I'm getting there. Oh, that's what I should have done them. Okay. I'll have to fix that. Sometimes, the older I get, the less interested in my own birthdays I am. So I totally get that feeling there, Matt. It's like sometimes you just don't want a birthday because then that's a reminder that shit, I'm getting older. Also, let's check. So yeah, over the weekend, Saturday, I got the new SSD. Here's my old one that it replaced. It'll be backwards, but it's a 120 that got replaced. PNY Optima, heavy fucker too, that I had for like 10, 13 years now. I've had it for quite a while. And I decided that with the new hard drive, what I was going to do is go ahead and just upgrade myself to Windows 11. Now, what sucks is after finding out, or after doing the upgrade, I'm finding out that Microsoft may be extending support for Windows 10 for at least another 3 years. And it's like, you sons of bitches, really? Really? So, anyway, but it's a good thing. The biggest reason why this is a good thing is because of the fact that, first of all, the whole computer is just running better. I had decades worth of installs, uninstalls, removals, stuff that had been left and not gotten cleaned out correctly. I had programs that I used for some things that I never used again. So all this bloat that had just gotten in Windows. So it was good to go ahead and just get a good, clean, fresh slate. And one thing I noticed is that I'm now able to download at the full 300 megabytes that I'm supposed to freaking have from my ISP, which was amazing. Make sure all that's correct. So there's that. On top of that, um, it took a little while. Yeah, kinda. On top of that, apps have been running a little bit better, if not a little bit weirder. If you caught my conversation yesterday with um, Rockstar, I don't like Windows 11. I think in general it's just too soft, too too bubbly, too round. I don't like it. But, that was just me bitching for the sake of bitching. It's one of those things that I'll get used to it. I wasn't 100% or entirely sold on Windows 10 initially either, and especially having spent so long on Windows 7 and XP prior to that. Fortunately, I missed Vista. Um, but all in all, so far it's been a pretty good experience. Still things to tweak, but it's getting there. Uh, However, in a fun bit of going ons related to it, I went to go log into my Star Citizen account. And of course, it's like, hey, we need to send you a verification code. And I'm like, okay. So I open up the email address associated with it and I wait. Nothing. No verification code. And I'm like, I know exactly what's happening. Let's try this again. So try it again and again. No verification code. Now, I have updated that email address. I know I've updated that email address because I'm getting all of the advertisement spam from CIG about new ships, about new gameplay, about Invictus Week. I'm getting all of their stupid spam trying to get money out of me. But I'm not getting a verification email. And I had this happen when I did have access to its original email address briefly, recently. And I had changed the email address. They changed the email address, but their system is continuing to send verification emails to the old email. So I sent in a ticket. And it took until this morning for them to get to it. I get the feeling their customer service does not work on the weekends. So I get the email and they're like, we need all of your account information and your personal information to verify who you are. I just told you what the problem is. I'm not asking you to change the email address. I'm asking you to fix your fucking system. So now I'm in a back and forth tag with people who are most likely over in the UK, waiting to see what happens. Part of me thinks that they're going to tell me that there's nothing wrong with the system, that I just need access to the old account, blah, 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 and that I can just go fuck myself. The other part of me is thinking that maybe they're like, well, we don't see any problems over on our end. We have no idea what the issue is. Maybe if you just created a new account, paid us more money, then you could solve this issue. And I'm kind of thinking that's about the route that they're going to go. In a very slim chance, there's a possibility they may actually be able to fix it. At which point, I'll be like, well, damn, you don't completely suck. Yay. So there's that. So we'll get to see which one actually happens first. Oh, that's new. Yeah, exactly. And CIG is notorious for just being pure money. What? Oh, you're approaching that one. Okay. Why do I still have... I thought I picked up Trailer Accident. Did I pick up all of Trailer Accident? Let's go find out. But yeah, so it's been an interesting weekend so far. Also because of the fact that it's a new hard drive and I got rid of everything. I don't have all of my save files. So all of the stuff for, let's say, like Red Dead Redemption 2 single player, well, that's got nuked. So, oh darn, I have to start again. Like, really upset about that one. How dare you make me play more of the good part of the game? Like, I'm not saying the ending isn't the good part. It's just the parts with as little mica as possible always make me happy. But, as I mentioned, I do still have all the stuff for Space Engineers. I was able to copy that over. And so, everything should be back up and running to where it needs to be. I am hopeful that I don't run into any issues with it crapping out 2 hours in, because that'll be annoying, but we'll see. Anyway, let's actually start playing this damn game, shall we? So we left off last week with starting to work on a salvaging vehicle so that I could go salvage the Stormfire and the observation outpost. Those are still out there. They are still waiting to be tackled. What I was going to go with was a larger, well, was a rover similar to the ILP, but this one is specifically designed for the purpose of salvaging, carrying a lot of stuff, that sort of thing. So, what I want to do is to go ahead and was working on the front end. I wanted it to resemble a garbage truck. as much as I can get it to resemble a garbage truck. Obviously, there are going to be various limitations, but I should be able to do that. I also wanted 5x5 wheels on it, so it had plenty of ground clearance. Although I'm thinking I might move these in down one so that they're in line here. And then that would increase the ground clearance even more. Yay! But hopefully, let's see. Because one of the things that, unfortunately, and I hope they kind of fix this in Space Engineers too, is putting stuff around the wheel well, or around the wheel, sometimes causes it to stop being able to wheel. And it's like, I don't know how to do this anymore, boss. I'm like, well, sus Belux. Why did it? Why does it sound like it's doubling this as well? Oh, I think I know why. I was messing around with sound settings on the headphones. So it's got THX mode turned on. So I think that's what's happening. Okay. So what I want is to build this up. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I was relearning kind of the control directions. What if we do... Also, I started up a personal playthrough. You know, something that I could do while I wasn't doing this one. But what's interesting about that personal playthrough is I decided to set up my toolbars differently because of the fact that I wanted to try something out. And what I wound up doing was I did the tools by themselves on toolbar 1. And then I did my blocks on toolbar 2. And then toolbar 3 was where I was doing like cargo containers and conveyors and all of that. And so far, I actually kind of like it because it allows for more freedom and space for certain blocks that I tend to use more frequently, while at the same time, nope, that was the wrong one. That was also the wrong one. It allows me to put any of the character stuff on that first toolbar, which is actually kind of useful. You there. There, and yes, actually, I do want it like that. Do I have tea on? I do. Quit turning tea on. There we go. I knew it felt weird. Alright, so that'll be the wheelbase. Let's do this. That. Okay. You there. I think that should be correct. Yes. Stupid wheel, get out of the way. All right. Yeah, that is kind of how I want it. That is not where I want that, though. There we go. And then I should be able to do that. Okay. And yeah, that'll work. Because what I get to do here is then make that there and there. Awesome. Now what I can do is put not a wheel, a battery. In fact, let's do the warfare battery. I just love the way that the warfare batteries look. We'll put you up front, and that'll essentially take care of kind of our front area there. So let's get that welded up. Ugh. Turn you down just a little bit. I'll turn that down for me just a little bit. Actually, options, audio, down just a bit more. Shoot. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm going to have to move that forward. That's okay. Out of the way. This is why we do these things. No, because that's not covering it entirely. I like the shape. It's just needing to be elongated by one. Needs to be one longer. Okay. Yep, thank you. There. Something like that, yes. Absolutely. We'll go with that. Okay, I need you there and there. And that there. Okay. And boom. Okay. Then it's that. Yeah, there we go. There. And helps if you rotate it the correct way, you moron. Although I think, yeah, actually no, that's fine. There we go. It's a bit awkward, but we'll make it work. Or will we? Yes, we will. Nope, nope, nope. Wrong one. There we go. Which means that's wrong, that's wrong. And there we go. Okay. That should be better. Let's bring these down like so. And in fact, now that I've got some extra room here, I can go ahead and do, ooh, I could probably do another battery in here. That'll be fine. Okay, and then let's do that. There we go. And that should help make sure that it's rounded out and hopefully won't be slamming against stuff as we're driving. Hopefully. Okay, next up, I need to bring this back. Those are backwards. That's why I'm having issues with that. Controls, block placement. That is. Nope. Oh, because I didn't save it, because you're a moron, Cruz. Okay. There we go. There we go. That's better. So, 1, 3. And then fill in this bottom area. Awesome, there we go. And that'll act as the cab area. Need that. And that. There we go. Now what I can do here is we'll take out this bar carefully. And what I'm going to do is swap it out with 2x1s and then flatten that out. There we go. That should be a lot better. Then I should be able to... that one. Sorry. Where's the text to speech? Ugh, something else to fix. I'm building something like that, yeah. Attempting to. Yeah, no, that's... I think that is... that's that. I wonder... give me a second here. Is it under alerts? No. Under... well, okay. That's correct. That's the extension. All right, that's... huh. It should have come up. I will have to mess with that a little bit later. I'll be damned. So many things to fix. I probably should have tried to back up as much as possible. Yeah, I heard it, but I don't have the menu up for. No, I want Stream Manager. That's the activity feed. There's something. It's redemptions. That's what I'm missing. Manage. Why is that not coming up? Thank you. Okay. There we go. That's what I was missing. BEA beautiful. Okay. So what I can do here. Um, yep, yep. Turn those. Okay. Now, how do I? Okay. Docs. Alert. No, that's not what it is. Dude. Send text to speech. Okay, do me a favor, try it again. And we'll see if that works. All right, there we go. Text to speech is working. Let's see. I wonder. Okay. Ooh. Do me a favor and do it one more time for me. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to have to fix that. Yeah, no, I didn't hear it either. So there is options so that I can try and control the audio through OBS. So that's what I'm trying to do. Because I'm wanting to make the alerts a little quieter. Okay. All right. Hit me again. Okay. Interesting. So the stream alerts. Let's try that. Anyway, there we go. I think we're getting there. Anyway, let us go ahead and continue working on this. And that. Yeah, someday. We're getting there. I'm starting to get more of this stuff put back together in such a way as to actually be able to work with it a little bit better. Getting certain menus enabled again. That's really what I'm after, is just making sure that I have a lot of the information and a lot of the menus back up and working again. I knew today was going to be kind of rough as far as putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. So we're getting there, though. We're getting there. All right, I've got 2 of these batteries up and running on here. Let's fill this in. And then I want to do that there and there. And I was thinking about doing a rover cockpit on this. But I wonder if oh, damn. Okay. The answer is no. Um, let's do a proper. Oh, I could do that though. Yes, I am glowing. I changed my outfit. That way, if I'm playing multiplayer, everybody will know where I'm at. All right, I need some interior plate. So turn that off for now. Get up here. I mean, you definitely could. Let's put you there. Kind of off-center it, methinks. I think what I'll do is leave the sides open. And then do a bench there. Yeah, kinda. I need to get back into that game. I kind of miss it. And I know that Fant made some updates to the Fant mod, which look really cool. I was watching his stream a little while ago. It looks like he had done some updates. Okay. Uh-oh. I'm getting low on power. So let's stop being low on power. Here we go. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? One other nice thing about the whole new hard drive situation is that I've been able to go through and get rid of a whole bunch of random crap that I had either installed because it was part of something else that I had worked on, or was just old stuff that I had had for years that I just had kept around for no reason other than kind of digital hoarding. Is really what it comes down to. And fortunately, with all of this, I've been able to get rid of a lot of that, get a bunch of stuff cleaned up. Yes, I do still have that one. That one is amongst my personal favorites. So, not getting rid of that one anytime soon. Let's see. Now, as far as containers go, I could go ahead and do no. God, I wish I could fit that on there. Let's see. I could probably do something like that. Yeah, no, that's not a good idea. You do realize that particular picture is like against the. Well, actually, at this point in time, it's probably against the Discord TOS. Let's see. What if I also do. Yes! Do you have a different one you're talking about? Oh, that one. Oh, I had forgotten about that one. I have that somewhere. I don't recall where though. But yes, I should still have it. Oh yeah, well, of course she does. I'll have to go looking. But yeah. I was like, wait, which one are we talking about? And then I remembered, oh yeah, that one. All right, let's also get a connector on here. And I think that should be fairly good amount of storage. There we go. Now what I want is some gyroscopes. I'm being a little bit lazy on this right now because I need to get out there and just start salvaging this stuff anyway. Calm down, girl. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have to start beating you with the no horny stick. Flood light. I know, you'll flood my light. That should be correct. Alrighty. Now I should be able to cut this loose. Oop. Uh-huh. God, you're terrible. I need handbrake on off. Okay, and then salvager wheels. Turn steering off on those. Groups. Increase strength. Decrease. Yeah, we'll go with that. Why does it feel... Why does it feel like the wheels are off by one? I know they're not, but it feels like they are. No, we're fine. Okay, so that's taken care of. Let's also get the connector. Connector. Switch lock. Clean this up. There we go. What do you say we go start salvaging some stuff, shall we? And first, let's go salvage that unknown signal, shall we? And afterwards, we will see about getting the base. And then after that, if we have space, we'll go hit up the ship. Otherwise, we'll go drop stuff off, and then we'll go hit up the base, or the ship, I should say. But yeah, this should work a lot better. I don't have a silly little trailer behind me, which could potentially roll over. I think the problem with the trailer was that the wheelbase was not wide enough to accommodate the actual width of the trailer top. And so it was just prone to rolling over, unfortunately. That's one of those things that'll happen sometimes. Just, there we go. All right, button. Got this weird bug where it just absolutely refuses to tell me if I've gotten anything out of it, even though I will. And I don't know if that's a mod conflict or what. There we go. Let's drop this stuff off, shall we? We shall. Oh, goody. I can get into it from the ground. All right, let's move on. Oh, yeah, there's something I wanted to see what this was, but without getting shot at. I tell you what, I have a feeling that we're actually going to be picking up quite a lot of scrap out of this, which will be beneficial for building our, or at least building the ship that I am interested in constructing. Because of the fact that I really, really want to build a large grid ship. All right, what was this? I don't know precisely. I wonder if this was one of the... Oh, shit. Well, it's a fully charged battery there.
Inventory full.
God, that sounds so weird like that. But I wonder if this was one of the merchants.
Inventory full.
Whoops. Dramatic grinding music. In a world where ships need to be salvaged, only one engineer is capable enough to grind them all down. Can she do it before their despawn? Basically how that feels. And there we go.
Inventory full.
Oh no. Yeah, there's a lot here. Go. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. That's a H2O2. That's also, we're going to get some ice out of that one. And kind of want to clear this a little bit so the ice doesn't damage it. Oh, no, that's a nifty thing. I had thought of that. Not that it really matters, but that's kind of cool. Interesting way of getting the cockpit in there, but also protected. Oh, that's right. I hope that doesn't go right over my base. Because that would be very sad. If it just decided, hey, let's go right over your place. I was just thinking it might not be a bad idea to put like a survival kit or something on here so that I can refill um, hydrogen and oxygen and stuff should I need it. Oh,
Inventory
yeah.
full.
We're going to have a lot of good stuff coming out of this. I have like a lot of the thruster components are going to be great. Is that another one? Yes, it is. Shit. I have a feeling we're about to watch my base get attacked because it's right over top of it and well within range. Ooh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. You stay away. You just go over there and you land and you be happy. I think I have all my turrets off, which is useful right now. Yeah, I think we might be okay. But it makes me nervous.
Inventory full.
Inventory is always full. I mean, is that not lined up? Oh no. Oh no. No, they're not lined. Oh, Cruz, you idiot. All right. That's fine. That's okay. I can work with that. Oh, Jesus.
Inventory full.
Is there like saddlebags? We'll work with that. And I did not actually line up the connectors the way that I should have, or the way that I could. So, unfortunately, these side containers are not actually connected. However, I kind of know how to get around that. In fact, I might still be able to. Let's do. Do that. And then if I do. Okay. Yep, that's fine. Nope. Okay. And then I'd put one there, and then I could sort of pull all this together, and I can make that work. Okay, cool. That's fine. I'll catch you, my precious.
Inventory
stupid. I know, right? I really am a noob, though. That and that. Ooh. Those actually have the
Inventory
parts that I'm
full.
after. That's true. But I'm your noob. And just need 2 small steel tubes.
Inventory full.
And we're almost done with this.
Inventory full.
A couple of mostly dead batteries, which is fine. I'm also going to go ahead and get rid of that battery. I really don't have a
Inventory full.
easy way of dragging it back home. Aside from just coming out here and flying it back. And I don't particularly feel like doing that. And there we go. Oh, that's right. The rest of this ice. There we go. Pretty much. Damn it, I hate that. Okay. Let us head over to the base. Oh. Let's try not to roll over. Although, honestly, that was a ridiculously sharp turn, and it was like, yeah, no problem. Sharp turn at high speed. Eh. All right, let's take out our first tower over here. As it may also have some of the parts that I want. Okay. First things first. Get rid of that. Get rid of the decoy. Had ice. Ooh. It has something that I need. There we go. Now I can fit one of those on there. And then I should be able to do you don't have any of what I want. Okay. And then what I should be able to do is a couple more of those spacers and then elbows. And that should connect the entire cargo grid. When I get back to base, I'm actually going to remove it off the top and move it to the back here. So that way it's more in line with the whole body of the vehicle. But this should, and you have missiles for me. 12 of them. Nice. Oh, what are we currently sitting at? Oh, wow. So, holding a lot more stuff than I thought. That's okay.
Inventory full.
There's something in there that's operating. I think that is. Actually, I don't know what that is. Oh, that must be the hydrogen engine. Okay. And you're a pistol. Okay. And you have more. Oh my god. So many frames. That is going to be ridiculous right there. Drop this crap off. I don't think we're going to have enough storage in our base for when I get back. That's going to be part of the problem. Because there's so many things here. Like, that is. Okay, so we're not going to have an issue with metal frames, metal grids. For quite a while. Okay. One more, and then also we've got plenty of glass I'm going to be able to get out of this. What's interesting to me is that even after all of this time, that hydrogen engine is still running. Which makes me wonder if it has a hydrogen tank somewhere. Let's see. Oops. Don't need two of them. I just need one. There we go. Excuse me. And let's see if I have enough parts for a second one. I do. There goes that one. And that one. And there we go. Everything should now be all connected. Everybody should have access to everybody else. Yeah, you've got a a punch of. Uh, oh yeah, that freaking heavy armor. battery down there. Ah, filled to the brim with ice. Honestly, I'm not looking forward to trying to salvage the ship. If anything, what I might do is see about taking the stuff from here and trying to get the ship back up and running. And maybe bringing it over to our base. There we go. Okay.
Inventory full.
This. It's just so much to salvage here. What do you have? Oh, 34,000. Not that I really need the 34,000, since I'm not doing much with the economy.
Inventory
Even
full.
though I probably should at some point. There we go.
Inventory full.
Inventory is always full. Oh, hey. Oh, goody. So it looks like they might have fixed the issue. Let's try this out real quick. At first I was like, oh god, are they asking for more information? But no, they're not. Give me a second here. Let's see if they actually fixed it. Oh, they did. Excellent. Haha. Cool. I'll get back to them in a second. So, their CIGs. Oh, now this is interesting. We're losing frames. So there is something that is happening between potentially OBS and Space Engineers that is causing me to start losing frame rate over an extended period of time. Although not much. Not as bad as it had been either. That's the interesting thing. Then again, it could just be normal. Never mind. It's not what I thought it was. No, and I don't think it is actually. I think it was just because there's a lot of stuff going on. I was losing the regular
Inventory
amount
full.
of frames. Because normally I sit around 120 FPS on this. That's kind of where it just
Inventory
sits.
full.
But I'm dropping down to like 80 and 90 with the more complicated scenes, I believe.
Inventory full.
But that's okay. That still well above 60. And as long as it stays above 60, I'm happy. Partly, but it's also because as long as I keep it
Inventory
above
full.
60, 60 FPS is what I run the stream at as well. And so as long as I am higher than that, the stream looks really good, generally speaking. If I go under that, it tends to look crappy, and I don't like that because it's a bad experience for you guys. So it's primarily about what is going to be
Inventory full.
a good viewing experience for you guys, but also for me too. I try to. I try to make sure that you guys are moderately taken care of to the best of my ability. How are we doing on? Oh, we're about halfway full. Holy crap.
Inventory full.
Gosh darn inventory. Taida, get your ass up and go get it yourself. Your legs ain't broke. Okay. I would not be able to fit it there, but well, that's interesting. Okay, so you're not getting to everything like you should be. Why not? Ah, there we go. Okay. And you should also be working the way that you're supposed to. Oh, no. No. There goes our frame rate. Our frame rate's dropping now. We're currently under 50. So it looks like it is potentially an issue between OBS and Space Engineers. Now, I've only technically been playing for about an hour. So even after a full a full fresh install of Windows, a fresh install of Steam, and a fresh install of Space Engineers, the problem is still persisting. So the next thing that I need to do is I need to do like an hour and a half to 2 hours of just nothing but Space Engineers without OBS running. Once I've done that, then I can go ahead and if it still persists, then I know it's a Space Engineers problem. If it doesn't happen, then it's a problem between space engineers and OBS. No, it hasn't always done that. That's the weird thing. This is also a fresh installation of OBS as well. Honestly, it didn't start having this problem until I installed the 4060. Once I installed the new video card is when I started having problems. Let's see. Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll also just turn off the NVIDIA overlay just to make sure that that's not causing the problem. Because knowing my luck, I also went through and disabled the Discord overlay because of the fact that honestly, I'm tired of it bitching at me like, hey, you could be using this. I could be, but I'm not. So fuck off. If I wanted to use the Discord overlay, I would have used it. And there we go. Frame rate's back. Let's see what happens. I turn that back on. Yeah, no problems. So I don't know what the issue is. I just know that it is an issue. I'm not going to salvage the rest of this because we're getting kind of low. Also, I need actually that to be off. Getting a little bit full here. Let's see. Oh, hey CFC. That is the new Lab O2H2 generator from the Fieldwork DLC. It makes bubbles. See? Yeah, a couple of weeks ago. It's got a lot of really awesome blocks. It has a bunch of lab equipment. It completely redoes the unknown signals. It adds the new cargo ships and cargo behaviors. I think there is one or two additional prototech components that it adds. So yeah, it's legit. Ooh, yes, give me that. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff that it adds. Oh, absolutely give me the motors. And then there's also another one that is coming up. Don't know exactly when. They haven't announced it or anything. They've just been talking about what it may possibly have and what they're looking at doing in the future. Oh, shoot. which is O2. There we go. Let's actually turn you back on. But they're talking about potentially adding proper survival mechanics to the game as an optional set of gameplay rules, obviously, just like everything else. So you would have like hunger and thirst and whatnot, and you would actually have to build farmables, which personally I'm kind of on board with that. I'm not against the idea, especially having played games like Subnautica, and especially if they give us the ability to tweak our hunger and thirst speeds the same way we can uh, tweak inventory sizes and stuff like that. I'd totally be on board with it. Yeah, exactly. And especially because we've already had mods like that with like daily needs that actually work fairly well. They're not super obtrusive, and they do a good job of simulating the whole need for food and water. I know, right? But let's get the rest of this crap. Absolutely. Plus, the other thing is that it is also what they are looking to add into Space Engineers 2 as part of the survival aspect. That is a bit odd. But also at the same time, not quite as odd. If you really look at it, we're running mods that are probably, in some cases, like 5, 6, 8 years old. So over time, it's just one of those that, even maintained, a lot of the mods are just getting old. I can understand that, Regathian, but at the same time, I really don't mind the concept of having actual food and water. And it's, again, it's one of those, it's completely optional. It is, it'll be something that you can disable, just like playing in creative mode only, or playing with modular encounters, or any of the other aspects of the base game itself, regardless of mods. I think having a survival system available adds an extra level of complexity for people who want it without being so obtrusive as to make the game unenjoyable for those who don't want it. I like the idea, though, of it being a fuel type. I think there's a lot of different ways that that could go and actually be beneficial. That's
Inventory full.
inventory always full. Let's get rest of. Actually, let's get this. And that.
Inventory full.
Okay. And we'll just finish getting this stuff pulled apart. There we go. So anything in you? Nope. Anything in you? Nope.
Inventory full.
Gee, I wonder, is my inventory full? Well, I could go that direction, One of the other things that I could do is a custom turret controller and slap it on top, or slap a rotor and hinge on here with a whole bunch of, like a piston mounted grinding system, and do it that way, which would be just as effective. But I also personally enjoy the act of grinding things down by hand. It's sort of like my version of woodworking, if you will. So it's just one of those things that I enjoy. I think I need to increase the strength of my wheels. Um, Actually, no, I didn't want that. Group. Is it power? There we go. Might want to see about throwing some uh, actual thrusters on here, which I already have the parts for it, so I could do that. What I want to look at is going to be over this way, and it should be the Stormfire. And I might be able to try and resuscitate a part of it enough to get it to fly back to base. If I can get it to fly back to base, I can then look at potentially repairing it. Oh shit. That's them orcs. Let's not go that way right now. If I'm lucky, they don't see me. And especially because that's a full-on carrier. I don't have anything that would be able to take that on. I've got a tiny little ship right now that kind of has a working shield. Although it would be funny to go ahead and lead them over to Parallax over there, the that frontier outpost. See if that outpost can take him out. Let's just slow boat our way. Actually, ooh. If I was on a smaller rover, I would see if I could grab the attention of that carrier and take it over to the military base that's over there. See if the military base could take care of it for me. That would be awesome. But let's get this slowly over to the Stormfire there. And one of the things that I want to do, and I probably should have done this already, was to go back to base and attach the cruiser, Cruzer. That's the name of the ship. Attach the cruiser to the base so that it can recharge while I'm out here doing this. Also, go to H2. Oop, block. Okay, there we go. She a big girl up there. What's that? Is that a rock? I bet that's a rock. Nice big boulder of what? Iron. There's the storm fire over there, which I still don't know how it fell out of the sky. I have no clue what caused it to crash. But when it crashed, it took out all of the control seats. And because of the mods that I have installed, oh, well, nothing wrong with that. Let's not find some Umis to fight. Let's not fight the Umis. Shit. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. But because of, I don't know if I'm going to make it. No, this is not AAW. This is just a regular game. No! Dude, don't shoot my base, you son of a bitch! Oh, Jesus! Of course it would be the orcs. Of course! Oh. Oh no! No! You son of a bitch! No! No! Okay, okay, the refinery's okay. Did they take out... that's a little beat up, but that's... Okay, now I've got to go... Where... Shit. Where is it? Where did my rover go? That's a boulder. I was kind of in line with... Is that it? No, that's another... Shoot! I lost a rover! No! I was right up here, I think? Had to have been close, because the thing shot me. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It's just trying to figure out the direction that it hit me from. No, it got my little guy. You bastard. And it looks like it got one of my turbines. Okay, so it would have been coming from right about this direction. I was... and I'm already losing frame rate. Why am I already losing frame rate? There is something going on here, and I don't know what's causing it. It's only been 20 minutes. And it's kind of a misfortune. It's kind of not. The misfortune is I've lost my rover. Somehow. Where the hell did it go? Okay, we'll just do it this way. Nope. List of entities. Sort by. Distance from players. No, that's not it. No, would be a lot closer. Okay. Where is it? That's okay. Oh shit. Okay, so it has to be up here somewhere. No, fair enough. I probably could, Regathian, but I have the cruiser there, and it would be easy to do. Of course, right now I have no hydrogen. I just find it funny that I have now lost a rover. A fairly sizable rover as well. It's not like it was a tiny little thing. This is a big rover. in, all in all fairness, Hollows, he was helping me out. All right. And I don't see any smoke over there. Oh, our frame rates are back. No, in all fairness, Hollows is actually not one of those people. She's only like this to the people she likes. Trust me, I've known her long enough. If she doesn't like you, She just doesn't talk to you. She's very much like a cat. All right. Well, we're gonna have to run back to base. We're gonna have to go. Oh, look, it's another storm fire. However, I will say this. Yeah, I think you're right. It feels correct. Let's kind of come up on this rise a little bit. I feel like I could see the base a little bit better. I would have had to have been able to see the base better. Because the orc managed to shoot me while I was watching it get shot. In any event, let us continue. And of course, now having to run there on foot, it's so far away. I think what we'll do is once I get back to base, I'm just going to go ahead and run straight to base. We're going to go grab the cruiser and see if we can find it with that. And because that's that looks like that was farther up here. I was okay, I see. So yeah, probably back that way. If it didn't roll forward over the ridge, because I was going at a pretty steady clip. Like I was trying to go. No, no, and I also have trash collection turned off right now, so it wouldn't have anyway. Yes, I know jetpack fuel is critical. Yeah, it was probably right around in here or down there. But let's go ahead and just get back to base so that way I can try and salvage this. Because then I have to actually like repair the cockpit. Note to self: put something around your control seat, dummy. It probably would have been fine if I had done that. But no, I was an idiot. It'll be fine. Nobody's gonna shoot me out here. I love the fact, though, that it managed to snipe the control seat, but didn't harm me at all. That's impressive. And yeah, it's just probably not a bad idea. It really is. Yeah, losing your cockpit that quick. Eh, almost home. Then I can refill the hydrogen bottle. Almost there. Also, I need to see what damage it did to. What did you do to this thing? Miraculously, it didn't do any damage to this. ILP is still fine. What damage did it do to you? A bit, but I think mostly we're okay. Okay. Before I take off, ah, we'll just go ahead. And I am using weapon core right now, so them sniping me from that range is not outside of the realm of possibility. But using generally for most things, I will use just a regular cockpit. As a passenger seat and remote control, the biggest problem I have with that is how much time it takes to get to the remote control and get it up and running versus just jumping into the cockpit and going. It also depends on the design of the ship. For a rover, I'm usually not too worried about it because for a rover, I'm usually not getting shot at all that often. I am just super happy that they didn't manage to shoot the. Wow, there's a lot of stuff there. I'm just super happy that they didn't manage to shoot this thing, the prototype refinery that I have. And all of our batteries are good. Ooh, they did almost take that out though. They damage. Oh, they damaged that. Okay. Let's get some of that. Um, oh goody. Sure, that's all good. I'm still sad that they got my little guy though. Like, screw you. He was such a cute little ship.
Inventory full.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I should have enough battery power for a little bit. You're at what? Oh, you're at full. Okay, cool. Those are on. we go. Let's get this repaired. This is why I'm glad I have the projector on it. Nice. Okay. Refill with what we have. Okay, let's see if we can go find. Pretty much, I think that's how that's going to go. Okay, that's the observation outpost. Now, from the image. No, stop that. That's my ship, damn it. Don't shoot it. Okay. Cruiser turrets. Yeah, that has the. No. Bad turret. I shut you off. Turrets. Yep, that's the. Oh, I wonder if that is. Okay. What are you supposed to be firing? Wait, what? Target neutrals on off. Okay. Well, that's going to be a problem later on. So. Where's my turrets? Lock on off. There we go. Okay. So what I want is to try and find. Now I'd come past that area. It would have had to have rolled back. That's a boulder. I should have put a beacon on it. Or an antenna. Let's check. Sort of ravine areas, depressions. Also, why am I losing so much FPS looking up here? This shouldn't be a problem. That's generally not a bad idea either, because once you get close, as long as the antenna's on, you can kind of get a general idea as to how close you are to something. I wonder. All right, let's try this. Alt F10. Small grid. That was the rodeo clown. That, I don't know what that is. That's parts of a ship. I just want... And now we're getting too far away. Select by small grids. Owner name. There we go. Aha! That's the cruiser that I'm in. There it is. How far away are you? Hiding in the... Where the... What the hell? No wonder I couldn't find it. Where the... Okay. That's base 2. It really did. Holy crap. Okay, that's... What the hell? No. How? Oh my god. How the hell did it wind up there of all places? Holy shit. I mean, at this point, it's not really worth salvaging, but wow, that, yeah, it, I'm gonna leave it where it's at. I'm just gonna leave it. That, that is what it is. I think it's gonna become a monument. So should I ever come across it again, it's just gonna stay where it is. That is an impressive level of oops. Plus, that's par for the course for this playthrough. Legitimately, so far, I've had to rebuild this ship 4 times, I think, for one reason or another. Um, Honestly, yeah, I think at this point it's just one of those. We're just going to leave it where it is. Okay, turn those off. I need those back on. Okay, and I am getting crap all for frames. So what we're going to do is we are going to turn trash removal. Oh no, it's on. Interesting. Okay. We're going to let trash removal do its thing, hopefully. And see if maybe that'll help kind of bring things back from the dead. Also, that ticking sound is ridiculous. Oh, this poor base. How is smoldering right? Oh, the doorway. Okay, there we go. That poor doorway too. That doorway has had to be repaired. Actually, I have borrowed parts from that door a couple of times. So it doesn't necessarily surprise me that it has been damaged again. It's also not a bad idea that I show area on. Let's do area width, area depth, increase the height a little bit. And now, go to work. And let's just clean up around here, shall we? So, I am suffering from reduced frame rate again in less than half an hour. No. It actually legitimately attacked my base. And fortunately, between the turrets on the cruiser and the turret on top of the base, it was able to take it out. That is a good question, and it should be neither. Yeah. Right now, my GPU is sitting at 90%, which is fine, and my CPU is at 30%. And this is something that happens over a period of time where I start losing FPS over could be an hour and a half, it could be 2.5 hours, it could be half an hour. Something about the current setup that I have here on Space Engineers yeah, UPS is up at 60, which is fine. Simulation speed is at 1. CPU load Render GPU load is a little high, which I don't know why it's up that high. Yeah. Like, I don't know exactly what's causing it, but it's a recent issue. Personally, I think um, it could be, but I actually usually turn it like I turn the block off typically. There's still some stuff to get rid of personally, but that's okay. Oh no, the orcs are not going to be happy with me. That's a possibility as well. I know that the person who's been upkeeping it has or is working on an entirely new version of it. But I was having this problem before that, before I actually added it, because I didn't originally have it on this playthrough, and then because I kept having issues with having to rebuild Cruiser, I went ahead and added it, and I was still having the problem prior to that. I wish I could get a better look at what all, like what mods were doing what, because my rendered GPU load is at 99%. So there's something. I wonder if it's. I wonder. I would hate to think that it is, but I wonder if it's the skybox. I have VSync turned off. At least I think I do. I'll have to double check that. Yeah, that's the problem is that it's always sometimes it works for one person one way, sometimes it works for a different person another way. Let's check out. I don't believe I might. I'd have to double check that. Give me a moment here. One of the things that I wanted to do was to turn off. Ah, let's go back. Let's look at. Okay. Vertical sync is currently turned off. I am at a full screen window. Graphics are all fairly run of the mill. grass is fine, tree distance is fine. I have post-processing turned off. Anti-aliasing, let's turn that off. I mean, that's not a big deal. And then double check. I was looking at the mods. I'm wondering if it's the skybox. It shouldn't be, but I don't know what. Like, the only thing that I could really do is to basically just start a brand new game with only build vision and build info. That's just, I don't know what's causing it. I don't know where the issue is coming from specifically. Because of the fact that what happens is after a period of time, I start losing frame rate. Everything else is fine. The CPU is fine, memory is fine, everything is fine. It's the frame rate that starts reducing. And then as soon as I restart the game, it comes back up. All right. I clicked the button. Yes, I want that option, damn it. Um, let me. Currently, my NVIDIA GPU is sitting at around 64. Actually, one of them is at 54, the other one is at 62C. So, no, it's not an overheating issue. In fact, my processor is hotter than my video card is. No, not running SLI. It's just that the 4060 has two temperatures that it's reporting. That's it. Now, it could be that one of them is the GPU, and then, yeah. But yeah, right now, not much. The temperature isn't that bad. Right. Again, okay. So I'm not a technological luddite. I do know how technology works. I've been doing computers since I was a wee one. The problem is that I don't have the necessary tools available to me to try and suss out what the problem is. Okay, we're back up and running. Temperatures are currently sitting at around 50 to 55 C. Right, let's move this over here. We're staying between 58 and 60 FPS, which feels a little odd. But yeah, temperature wise, we're fine. Temperatures 53, 58. Plus, I do also have the side of my case pulled open, mostly because of the fact that it just better airflow that way. And I'm constantly in and out of my machine anyway, so Temperatures, we're staying at 53C, 58C, and pretty much just stuck right there. Oh, wow. That actually, how did you shoot in here then? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is bad. You know what's missing from right here? A prototech thruster. A prototech thruster was sitting right there. It is now no longer sitting right there. Because that thing grounded up. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh, holy Jesus. Okay. So not only am I down a whole bunch of salvage, and I'm down a whole bunch, or I'm down a vehicle again, but I now am down a fully constructed prototech thruster. On top of that, I've gotten attacked and had to replace some stuff. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. This is um maybe not, but we're gonna run with it. Oh, this is probably one of the most cursed saves I have ever worked on. I swear. Turbine. Let's get this not working. There we go. This just. Oh, man. There we go. There we go. Oh, Jesus. At this point, I'm almost needing some proper violence. You know what? Let's go. Oh, damn. Really? There's two of them bastards there? Ugh. If it was just one of them, I would have. You know what? No. No. I want violence. I don't care if this gets blowed up again. Save. Save as. Violence. Violence. Okay. Let's go. Let's do this. Where's my shield? Shield up. Go to town. Well, that was fun. Oh my god. There's so many missiles. No. No. Jesus. Yep, kind of figured that was going to happen. Okay, exit. Nope. Oh god, today is a day. All right, let's load. Let's see. This one we can delete. Yes. Load. That was fun though, bouncing shield on shield like that. Okay, one of the other things I'm going to do here while that is running is that was you. Nope. We're there. Where did I put that? No. Did I not? Hmm. Okay. Okay. That should be okay. Let us return back home. There we go. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take a short break for lunch and let this just kind of run. While it's doing that, I'm going to go ahead and see about getting. There we go. I'm going to see about getting Star Citizen reinstalled. Go. All right. Now I just need. Problem is that I have to actually download the installer again. Download. Okay. Go into downloads. Just save, which takes like no time at all. Okay. So what I want to do is because of the fact that I've got the new setup on the machine and everything, I want to go ahead and just make sure that this is all. First of all, I want to see if it's actually going to run better. Because that was one of the problems that we were having previously, or I was having previously, is that Star Citizen was running like ass on my machine. Which one is that? Okay. It also unfortunately reassigned the drive letters to all of my drives when I reinstalled. So now I've got to try and remember which drive is which again. But that's okay. That's just one of those learn where it goes. Okay. Run the launcher. Yes. I do have labels on them. But it doesn't always play the labels or show the labels when you go to install something. Where are you at? Nope. It's up. There. And sign in. Authentication code. Yeah. Is that the yes? Trust this device for like ever. There we go. Skip. Why you do this? I don't want you there. That one. There we go. Okay. Install. Install. Acknowledge. Fuck off. There we go. Okay, we're going to give this a little bit. Like I said, I'm going to go take a quick AFK because I'm a little on the hungry side. And go ahead and grab something to eat. Let Star Citizen download in the background. Yay. And we'll have to re-add it to my list. Games. So much work. But it seems like everything is working well enough. Getting back up to where it needs to be. That makes me happy. So, still a few things that I want to tweak and get back to where I'm happy with it on OBS. But we'll also see how this whole VSync thing works as well by letting it run in the background. And again, temperature-wise, let's take a look at the temperatures here. Temperature, I'm running 53C on one, 59C on the other. So all in all, it looks like the temperatures are within comfortable ranges. So I don't. Sometimes, and this is one of the funny things about computers. Doesn't matter how long you have been working with computers. It doesn't matter how good you think you are at IT. There is always this gray area of black magic that encompasses technology. So it's one of those, you think you have it all figured out. You think you know everything that's going on. But There's always that one little thing that can throw it way off. But I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna take. Oh, I know what I'm missing, and I have to add it back. Uh, Shoot. I think that was just text. Text. Okay. Let's see. Where is. Oh, I just realized I don't have. I am missing a font. I know I'm missing a font because I usually have it installed. And specifically, that font is the font that is used. There we go. It is a font called Fraulein or Fraulein, and it's the font that is used for space engineers. And I just realized that it's not installed because I just don't have it installed right now. Select. Now let's see if it shows up in lists. No, it does not. It probably will later. That's fine. We'll do. Yeah, sure. That looks interesting. Does not need to be that big, though. There we go. And then I'll work on making it fancier later. All right, AFK for a few. When I get back, we'll see what's up. Hopefully. Okay, that's a lot of information to come back to, but cool. Essentially, what I'm reading is that I really need to just go ahead and see about doing the new, can't read that, NPC provider. Now, the part of what I saw was that it needs to be configured out of the box. It's not one of those from what I saw that you can just install it and have it do its thing, but instead you have to go through and actually configure it, which I think is my only concern. There we go. Should be able to actually like, yeah, something like that. Okay. And currently installing still. All right. So, and frame rate's doing okay. Temperatures are doing okay. All right. Well, and that's normal because Star System Generator requires that you turn off the economy anyway. Like, even if you're using the in game economy or the standard economy, it tells you to turn it off first before you generate the star system. So that's not out of the ordinary. Edit settings. Now, here goes a fun one. What factions, what ship types is this going to be compatible with? Get rid of all of you. Beavers, perpetually, parallax, orcs. Make sure. Okay. All right, and that's fair. That actually still makes sense. That's not one of those like, oh God, that's out of the realm of question. It's like, no, that totally get that one. So I understand it. I don't like it, but I understand it. Okay. Okay. Which again, that makes a lot of sense. Like it, one of the things that I think MES had a problem with was it had just grown too big. And the inbuilt version of the spawning system is not quite robust enough for what people are looking for, I think. But give me a second. I think I need to go ahead and close some windows here. Okay, there we go. And now that outpost is going to stay there because it's already spawned into the game. I shouldn't have. Yeah, I shouldn't have anything else popping up at this point. Everything else that pops up is just going to be native to the game, which is going to be fine. So now I can go ahead and save again. And that should hopefully clear out the modular encounter stuff aside from that base. But again, that base is already spawned in. It's fine. It's going to do its thing. Now, I do edit settings, mods. I want NPC. Okay. And translation script. Okay. Let's also oh cool. I need workshop. PC provider. Wait a minute. Oh, cool. Somebody actually made a Serenity, the ship. Okay, let's see. Not seeing any factions for it. Oh, I just realized I'm probably going to also have to remove NPC programming extender, weapon upgrades, and defense shields. Yeah, because those were for modular encounters. Right. Um, I think that was everything, honestly. Yeah, yeah. I saw what the description said. Most everything is going to be weapon core. Yeah, because that was all the stuff that I had. It was down at the end because we had added that later on in the playthrough. So everything else before that was. In fact, I don't even need AI enabled. NPC.pack. Okay. Pack. No, learn how to spell, you moron. Okay. Yeah, there's Factorum, Pirates, Nomads, Corporation, Alien, Iron Swarm, and military. And there we go. Okay. Hopefully I have all of them downloaded. We'll see here in a second. Okay. That looks like all 7 of them. Cool. Okay. Let's see how this is going to go. Currently still downloading Star Citizen. Cool. Hmm. My PC help. Okay, got it. Thank you for that. Okay. Let's see. Awesome. All right. If this actually seems to be okay, I may wind up using this on the server that we make. Also, information about the server. Um, what I'm looking at doing is potentially starting it around the start of June. So, depending on when June itself starts, let's see, I need. So June starts on a Sunday. So the second will be Monday. So what I'll probably do is set up the server on Sunday, and then on Monday when I go live, we'll go ahead and start setting up all the details, get everybody invited that needs to be part of it. Also, I need to figure out how to get subscribers, a list of subscribers to names. So I'll probably start working on that later this week. So that way I can get ready to just go ahead and get into it by, like I said, the start of June. Okay. So, PC help. Nice. NPC economy generate. Okay. That's the one you were talking about. Okay. PC economy. Well, damn. Okay. Alrighty. We should be. Gotcha. Well, as far as I can tell, we should be all set and ready to go. Everybody should be happy to be running. I'm missing a stairway there. Alrighty. That's right. I set that up so that I could get access to it. Cool. We'll see how this goes. Because I've been kind of wanting something a little bit different than what I normally have with MES. MES has been good. and it has gotten us through a lot of fun times. But I think it's one of those that just in general, it's part of the problem is that Lucas retired from updating it or from continuing to develop it. And after what 10 years, yeah, fair enough. He's not getting paid for it. It's purely a labor of love. Yeah, fair enough. So good on him. What? All right. But one of the things that I need is also to stairs and cattle. How do I not have enough steel tube? There we go. I was about to say, how do I not? Right, and that, again, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with the fact that it's going to have the old base and the factions. That's, I expected that. That part's like a no-brainer. I need you. I just realized I do have my tools. That's right, because I rolled back. Never mind. I was like, oh no, I don't have my. Oh wait, I do. We're okay. I don't have to be angry at myself for doing something stupid. I mean, I can be if I want. I'm just not going to. All right, those are all running. Awesome. Let's grab the credits. Oh, I just realized I don't have the 34,000 credits anymore either. Damn it. That's okay. All right. What we need to do is we need to go get more ice for fuel. Nope. What if? Because part of the problem that I have on this particular machine is that it doesn't have enough storage to account for all of the ice that I would like to be hauling. So let's back this up. Let's bring it back up here. Increase the size. Always. It could be more bigger. So what I would like to do instead is we're going to pop these off. Oh, also, I can go ahead and just get rid of this trailer hitch. It's unimportant. Triple. I shall make it with all the size. Whoops. And for now, we will just cap that off. And oh yeah, the other one too. Because what I could do is actually move these. there, and oh, good question. The answer is most likely not. Tags, cruise, Coda. Oh wait, CC, C, 3C. Name, Skoda Cadre. Ow. There we go. I am the CCC. There we go. Awesome. That's one thing that I've never like. I never really think about making my own faction because generally I'm playing solo. And so the idea of making one doesn't enter into that personal equation. That's probably why I have so many issues with certain mods. But we'll see. Okay. Now, what I want to do for that, I mean, that definitely makes sense. I could get, what, one, like two of them in there, maybe? Shoot. I have to change the connection point on that. Okay, there's that one. And we connect that one there. Okay, and what I need is I should just be able to do that. Yeah, because that was basically what I was doing on that side. So there we go. That problem is solved, which means I can now get one of these on here. No, I still can't because you're in the way. We'll find out. Oh no, I can't. Awesome. Now, fortunately, ice will actually go between these, since it'll flow through these small ports. There we go. I actually kind of like the way that the lab tanks flow into the rounded flat. Yeah, more. Part of the problem is that I'm going to quickly run out of the ability to use this thing, which I need to make an adjustment to it. Right. Not that. Damn it. Oh, that's for the thrusters. That was for the hitch. That can go away. The thrusters. ILP. Thrusters. Thank you. Groups. Okay. Get rid of that. What I need is Okay, now this is where it's going to get a little bit fun. Awesome. I'm going to lock that in place. And what I'm going to do is, first of all, grab some steel plate and some interior plate. Let's go over here to piston. And then landing gear. And what I need is to actually get rid of that one. Thank you. Let's bring this back a couple. And then put that there. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Part of what I'm running into is that as I am drilling for ice, I have a very limited distance in order to do that. It's basically a small, I would say, 35, 30-degree arc, kind of just next to the rover. And then, of course, the distance of the two pistons. So what I'm going to do instead is carve this out. We're going to push this out. And actually, I may go ahead and use the... Yeah, there we go. Then I want to use the square piston because it currently is kind of the direction I'm going with on this. And we're going to use a couple of them here. Out of the way. Get all this welded up. There we go. Now I can use the weld pads after I grab a couple. Okay, now here's where it gets fun. We're going to bring the velocity back slowly. Until this welds together. Auto lock off. Switch lock. Oh, I didn't even notice. Oh, thank you. Had a little bit of practice doing that. Had to do it a couple of times. Actually, I think I did want the pieces here. Something like that. Make it look a little more robust. There we go. Now this can be LP train H1, ILP train H2. Damn it. Flip that back up. I need this removed for now. And instead, you go rotor lock on off. Now I tie it. I make weird sounds with English. And do that and that. Okay, so now I should be able to move these independently. Okay, cool. That. Let's move this back. And there we go. That is our upgraded Ice Lake Picker. Ice Lake Plucker, that's what it was. So let's go ahead. And head on down to the Ice Lake because Lord knows I need some more ice. I need so much more ice. Yeah, we're at. Really, I think the biggest thing is just making sure we get ice for the base. Because once I have ice for the base, everything else is pretty easy. And honestly, temperature wise, so going back to our earlier conversation about hardware problems, um, temperatures are staying about normal. My processor's hitting 90, but that's pretty normal for the version of Ryzen that I have. Was it Ryzen 5s? I think it was, or 3s. I think it was the 5s. Always ran a little bit hotter anyway. In fact, let's look at that. Yeah, Ryzen 5. Yeah, that was one of the things about the Ryzen 5s is they just run hotter. Yeah, AMD does. Let's. Okay, there. No longer flopping around. I think it's interesting that they made the inertia tensor option an experimental thing. That's like, okay, guys, it's been in the game now. In fact, there's a lot of things that have been in the game now for a decade or thereabouts. No, fair enough there, buddy. Fair enough. But there's just a lot of core components that are part of uh, space engineers that they should just go ahead and make it standard. I think they should get rid of the experimental mode and just incorporate it into the standard gameplay. Because I think there is a certain degree of mismatch between what you get out of the box. It is only in experimental mode. One of the things that was part of the fieldwork update. You sure about that? Because I remember reading that they switched it or they moved it. Well, okay. It's now part of the world settings. You actually have to go into world generation and turn on the tensors. I do know that much. I think you might be right, though, about the experimental. Oh, that's good stuff. Right. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I could always check it. It's not like it's going to be difficult to check. But we'll worry about that later. Let us go ahead and start collecting the ice. And turn those on. Oh, yeah, this is going to work much better. I am going to be able to get so much more ice this way. Because that gives us a huge. I could add more drills. I absolutely could. And you're not wrong on that idea. But I was more worried about the distance that I could get out to, and less worried about the amount of ice that I was bringing in per second. I think the easiest way to describe it in terms of space engineers, it makes blocks less shaky, is basically what it does. Because every time that I turn it on, it's usually because the things that are attached to it cause the whole thing to shake a whole lot. Yeah, there's that too. But that, again, if you're at that point where you're considering inertia tensor to be an important aspect of whatever you're working on, you generally start knowing what it does. Oh, this is going to be so nice. We're going to collect so much ice. Yes. You know, thinking back to something you said for Rockstar, you had mentioned was it Ares at War. And I remember I tried to play that. I tried. And I remember not liking it. And the reason why I didn't like it was because the events weren't working. For whatever reason, all of the events were just broken and not firing off the way they were supposed to. It would be interesting to try it again to see if maybe I could get it working. Because I think something like Ares at War might be the direction that Keen is kind of going in with Space Engineers 2. Which I'm not against. I think it's a really great idea to add in that sort of thing. Because that's one thing I do like about Empyrean Galactic Survival is the interactions that you have with NPCs. And the fact that you are essentially they are in between a medium and a large. They're 10K if I remember correctly. Yeah, 10K. But one of the things about Galactic Survival Empyrean is that it does have a fairly robust NPC system in and of itself, where you do have a lot of interactivity with the NPCs. Of course it does. Of course it does. Because why wouldn't it? Oh, shoot. There we go. Okay, that's locked off. Let's get this bad boy back home. Get our little thrusters here going because we need them. I am missing something. No, I'm not. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I think that was a conclusion we had come to. What did that say? Unknown heat signature. Interesting. That's new. But all in all, and especially with Space Engineers 2 getting more and more completed with each passing month, I am really excited for the future of the game and for the franchise. I am really looking forward to Space Engineers 2. Like, it's one of those games that I am actually excited for. And there aren't too many of them that I do feel a level of excitement towards. I think part of the problem these days is that there are a lot of games that start out with a lot of hype and they start out okay. Oh, damn, they really are here on the planet. Shit. Didn't realize that they were there. Um, okay, interesting. Oh, wow. There's just all sorts of stuff popping up now. Okay, let's get this ice back. Unfortunately, oh, gotcha. All right, yeah, that is kind of how it feels. Hey, Cruz, guess what? You're a moron. Okay, let's move you there, you there. There we go. Those off. Awesome. And now the bases O2H2 should start kicking in and really go to town. How are you doing? You are filling up. Awesome. Cool. Excellent. Amazing. Wunderbar. All right. We seem to be doing okay for the time being. Star Citizen has finished installing, so I want to try that out before we wrap up today. Before I curse anything else with getting destroyed, let's go ahead and wrap up Space Engineers for now because it's definitely been a day. That can go away. Let's see. Um, Star Citizen. There we go. Learn your keyboard. You've only had it now for a while. Star Citizen. We are not single player, MES, or modded. Okay. So let us launch and see. Oh, yeah. And I'm going to have to add it to OBS because, that's a thing. Oh, good stuffs. Get the game started. I will say, in general, everything just feels to be running a bit better. I think a lot of the problems that I was having was just with the fact that I had a lot of processes running in the background. And it wasn't like a lot of heavy major processes. It's it was a totality of a bunch of little stuff that would be running over time. Little things that I had installed to support other things. And with all of that kind of tidied up, it does just feel better. And of course, the computer keeps wanting to set my graphic options way higher than they're supposed to be at. It has a notorious habit for that. No, no, Shazbot. No, I don't want to use. Oh, I know what I need to do real quick though, because I was actually moderately intelligent. It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes I actually do something that isn't a complete mental case. I want Star Citizen. There we go. All right. So what I'm going to do real quick, we're going to exit game, because, excuse me, I need to go here and I need to go to there. I made sure to back up my user files for Star Citizen. There we go. Awesome. All right, Brockstar, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for the help with the NPC uh, provider. Hopefully, I should be able to get a lot more use out of that, and we'll see how that goes. Wait, did I have? Gmail. Oh, that was okay. That's fine. Okay, let us start this over again. I need to do another background image. Although I really like that one. That one turned out so much better than it had any right to. That's actually a screenshot from Space Engineers with Europa in front of Mars. And I just so happened to catch it like that. And I was like, yep, that's totally getting used for something. And then, of course, I just photoshopped in the cruise code of plays between the two for giggles. I was like, wow, that actually looks okay. There we go. Audio, headphones, combat music. Yes. Graphics should be good. Okay. Let's see how it goes. So, part of the problem that we were having before my new installation, before switching over to uh, Windows 11, new SSD and all that, was that as I was attempting to stream Star Citizen, every second the stream would hitch. It would have this momentary freeze. I'm hopeful that that's not a problem anymore. But we'll see. Of course, it still takes a little while to actually like get loaded up. And I am on Orison, which is a heavy, heavy planet. All the clouds and shit that it's got to render. Which I really wish that they would go through and do an optimization pass on the cities. Okay. And doesn't seem too bad, honestly. It's funny. My main monitor is right there, kind of this direction. But I'm looking off to the side at my secondary monitor to actually watch the stream to see if it's okay. And it's not amazing. I'm not pulling in like a smooth 4K 6000 FPS, but it's not bad. All right. It does feel a bit better than it did last time. The problem with Star Citizen is that the things that it currently does,
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
it does incredibly well and like no other game out there.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will
This
be departing.
running from basically where you spawn through a city to the shipyard, then hopping into your ship and flying out of the planet without loading screens feels so good. That's part of the reason why I can't enjoy Starfield. I've tried, I really have. Even with big titty mods, Starfield just isn't enjoyable. Because this. Because of the fact that I can run through the entire universe and never see a traditional loading screen. Now, there is a loading screen, technically, between or through a wormhole or jump point, but they made it into a mini game. So it's okay. But the other problem is that the game itself also just has so many issues
Approaching next station.
that it
This
makes
will
it
stop.
hard to
Please prepare
stay
exit mode.
fully invested in it.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Like, again,
Last call for passengers.
I
The shuttle
really,
is
really
preparing
want to
to
love
depart.
this game. I want to love it so much.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
But sometimes it's hard. And that's fair. Um, that is something that Elite Dangerous definitely
Providing
has
passengers to all
over
major
Star Citizen.
platforms, Crusader Industries is happy to offer free and convenient transit to the next shuttle is approaching the station.
Oh, yeah. I don't know who's showing currently at Invictus. I need to go check that out. And for me, I have always liked games where I have the opportunity to either play the game, that's unusual, or simply exist in the game. I like being able to just be part of the world without having to consistently be active in the world. Seriously? Oh, okay, good. I was about to be like, damn it, don't do this to me. Okay. So currently, I have 424,000 Alpha UEC or AUEC. I had more, but I wound up purchasing the Pisces Rescue and then immediately got it blown up. So typically, when I do bunker missions, when I go to the bunker, there's usually some enemies that are outside of it. Well, I went to a particular bunker to do a defense mission, except when I arrived there, I saw a bunch of people out there. So I went, okay, cool, I'll just start shooting them and then land. They were friendly. They were not enemies. So as soon as I shoot one of them, the turrets on the outside of the bunker just obliterated me. I ceased to exist very quickly. And then immediately wound up waking up in prison. So I went ahead and I did all the prison stuff, and I was like, all right, cool. And then left prison. I was like, well, at least I know that prison works, and I know that I can still get out of it pretty quickly. So it was one of those like, it would have been nice if they had just let me know that they were friendly. All right. And thrusters on.
All systems online. Takeoff complete.
Let's go ahead and get ready. I've actually gotten to the point where I kind of like mouse and keyboard flight. It's still a little weird. I'm not 100% used to it, but I'm getting better at it. If I had a better flight stick and controls, I would probably use that instead. But the one that I have it's ancient. I'm not going to lie. It works. It's just super old. One of the buttons is broken. In fact, I when I purchased it, one of the buttons was broken. But I purchased it used. So, what are you going to do? But I would like to get. There's one from Turtle Beach. Nice. Yeah, there's one from Turtle Beach that I want to get. Um, Turtle Beach. Uh, it's the. I think it's the Velocity one. Is it that one? Yes. Yeah, the Velocity one from Turtle Beach. Go away. Yeah. That one right there, $400 from Turtle Beach. I want it because I like the hand-on throttle and stick. But on top of that, I like all of the extra options that it has. I like the programmable LCD screen that it has because that would be really useful for setting up some of the additional hotkeys, like, uh, you know, you're not wrong, Matt. You are not wrong. In fact, most carriers and ISPs suck. Let's see. Let's do. Yeah, we'll do that one. That's security post one. Let us route.
Shields offline.
I think though, if I'm in a situation where I'm going to be spending $400 on a throttle and stick, I would probably spend that money instead on stuff for the computer.
Warning. You are leaving a safe zone.
Yeah, the throttle looks absolutely amazing, and it's a split throttle as well, which is really cool. Uh, there it is. So Oh, that would be a good idea as well, as getting pedals. Like, that's one of those things that if I ever start making good money off of this sort of stuff, I would definitely like to upgrade a lot of stuff for playing games. Oh yeah, this place. I've been here a lot.
Quantum drive is now off.
Let's see. Yeah, that should be a good speed. The other thing that I would like to do is actually get a proper steering wheel and pedals so I could better enjoy games like Forza Horizon 5. Because I have it and I have a controller, and the controller works just fine. But I'd really like to get a wheel for that game instead.
Shields online.
Just because of the fact that a wheel would just feel better for a racing game. Okay. Yeah, using it, the one that I have actually does have hat control, and I usually wind up using that for my strafe throttle. I can't quite tell if those are good guys or oh, bad guys.
Shields hit.
Oh no, not my shields. No,
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
there we go.
Engines offline.
See, that's what I was talking about. Is that usually that there's enemies outside of these bunkers, and when there's not, it's weird. Am I wearing my helmet? I am. Okay. Let's get all of my ammo squared away. You're good. You're good. Backpack. I thought I had more than that. I mean, it's not necessarily a problem. Okay. Then you're gonna. Thank you. That looks like somebody's constellation. Close. Thank you. See if you guys had any decent ammunition. Why are you out here? Like, the clothes are cool. I like that. Oh, sweet. have extra ammunition. You. What do you have? That is a gun that I want. Kind of wish I brought my 300i now. Actually, what I really want to get is let's see. Still have that in there. Actually, I will keep you on hand because I'm going to be swapping out anyway. But what I really want to get is the Terrapin Medic. Basically, it's a version of the Terrapin for medical stuff, which I would absolutely love to get. What are you? Ooh, yes. F-55. Hell to the yeah. Store that shit. And these guys actually had some good gear. Holy shit. Like some really good gear. And what about you? Yeah, you still have yours on hand. So the F-55 is a lot like the FS-9, I think is what it is, which is a light machine gun. Except this one utilizes some sort of, energy. That's an energy-based gun. Let's take you, throw you in there. Oh no, apparently I can't. But I can throw you in that one. Awesome. And we're going to go get another one. So that way, as long as I don't blow up my ship, I will have a spare. Are you gonna? Nope. Okay. But I can grab this one. Awesome. And these do have the higher capacity drums on them compared to the FS9, which used to have 150 rounds per drum, but they dropped it down to 75 for some reason. So it's one of those that I will take the additional rounds because they're still just as lethal. Aha! Okay, that's kind of cool. Of course, kind of sucks that I don't actually know how many people are really left. Only 40%, whatever that means. someone's in here. Not anymore. There we go. Oh, I like. Why are you guys stuck in the elevators? Ouch. Okay. That sucked. Oh, that was fantastic. And that was a lot of fun. Okay, worth it. I don't generally get to use grenades on things, so when I do, it makes me incredibly happy. Oh, that is a nice looking weapon. That is not what I want. Okay, what do you got? Xenothreat version 2. Store that. Oh, and you've got the Demico. So there's this fun little thing you can do where you can actually just go ahead and tell items to go into your backpack, even if they shouldn't go in there. Okay, nothing a major import. Let's get out of here, shall we? Sucks to be you, buddy. Sucks to be you as well. And also, that got us a nice little bit of money. We're up to 470. Now, of course, there are contracts that will make us more money. But it really comes down to the time investment versus the likelihood of failure. Also, I don't currently have a ship large enough to be able to do hauling contracts efficiently. I could rent one, so I could rent like a C1 and use that, which wouldn't be so bad. But I think in this particular case, um, I just I like shooting things. However, I think we're going to go ahead and we are going to wrap this up for today. As I've gotten done everything that I wanted to get done today, and I've gotten to test what I needed to test. The biggest thing, of course, was noticing or figuring out what I still need to fix for streaming. Um, so there's still a few things. Yeah, yeah. You basically there's a set of ships that you can rent with in-game currency, just like you would buy any ship that's currently in game. There are two ways to get ships. You can either buy them in game if they're available, or rent them, or there is a laundry list of ships that are available for just flat out real money purchase outside of the game. The difference being is that periodically the ships that are in game that you purchase in game will get wiped when they do database wipes. The ships that you purchase with real money are yours permanently. They will not get lost during data wipes until the full 1.0 launch. Oh, I should have been going way faster. Once they do the 1.0 launch, then I believe that they will start actually utilizing the insurance plan that you have with the ship purchase. So there's long term or lifetime insurance, LTI, and then there's like 6 month insurance, and then there's like no insurance. So if you lose the ship, you lose the ship. Which, if you've played Eve, you're pretty much familiar with. But yeah, we're going to wrap this up. Tomorrow we'll be back with more Space Engineers. Want to go ahead and see about, well, we still have that storm fire that needs to be either repaired or scrapped. There's still the rest of that base that we can get more parts from, as well as its adjoining tower. And I would also like to to test some more of the NPC provider mod that we are now running instead of modular encounter system. So it's one of those that we are going to have a lot of fun coming up, testing stuff and seeing how it all works. Other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.